Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the Crypto TA. All right, so we did change the market structure here on Bitcoin, which is a really great thing. So our daily, we did just really keeping an eye. Sorry about my voice this morning. I'm just really keeping an eye on the 4 hour time frame more than anything because I think the 4 hour time frame is going to be where we need to put most of our focus at, 4 and weekly. So, like I said, we did change the market structure. We had added this little extra one in here to see. Yeah, we were going to take out this level in here, looking to see if we can potentially get up here to that 120. I know it kind of looked, that little wick right here, this little wick right here, but I didn't see anything that was concerning for me for the 4 hour time frame chart just yet. I see nothing concerning. If I take this away, and look here, it's just a strong move. Just a strong move, especially ever since we moved back into the bullish control zone. It's just been a strong move, and there was never a reason to attempt to fade this. Now, if we do get a pullback, of course, I will be looking at our standard deviation 1, and I will be looking at our 20 SMA here on a 4 hour time frame for potential entries. But until then, we are still high on the hog in here, and I don't see a reason to really start to fade this just yet. I don't see anything just yet. Now, I know indicators can be lagging, true, but I honestly don't see anything just yet. We're so far away from even back testing here. We're far away from it right now. Um, Posture is pretty good as well in here. I can look for that additional tilt to the downside in here, but we're really far away from this interacting with this in here. And typically, when you see that, let's just go back. You know what? It's going to be hard for me to go back over here on this chart right here. But you do want to see some sort of an interaction with it. And right now, it just looks like we're far away. We're far away from that happening. So this looks pretty decent to me as well. Like that. Yeah, a little bit of a slowdown on the momentum because momentum was really high. I mean, strong. There's no such thing as high. Very strong momentum outside of levels that it usually doesn't hang around. Let me put it to you like that. So usually don't see it hanging around there. So that was a little bit different. But otherwise, I mean, everything looks good. RSI very strong in here. We did get that fast signal exactly right in here. When I saw this pushing up, I noticed that. But when I looked at the daily time frame, I didn't see anything. And again, I am going to be looking for this yellow line right here to cross into the green, which we look like we're far away from that happening right now. And that's the point where I would start to look for price to cool off, like in a bigger way, just like over here, how it came up into the green, and then you start to look for price to start to cool off and this start to roll down, boom, back up. There we go. So that's what I will be watching for. Otherwise, like I said, it would just be a simple correction, and then continuation. But everything right now, it looks strong. It really does look very strong. I don't know if it has anything to do with the government shutdown or what it might be, but it's looking strong right now. Kind of bouncing off the top here of our 4 hour range in here as well. And like I said, I'd be looking for us to get up in here to this 120. I know that market makers really want to get to that liquidity to the upside, and then we'll deal with the rest of it later. So this is our daily chart in here. You can see how we got above in here as suspected, and the change of market structure in here, higher low, higher high, and that measured move is going to bring us up here around 128, 130, something like that. That's still on the table. Still on the table for me, still on the table for a lot of other people getting up there to that 130. But I'm going to slow my pace just a little bit. Just because we could, like I said, get a little bit of a correction here soon. All right, let me take a look-see down here. That looks nice. That looks healthy and strong. A little bit of a bear dip down here on both your Delta and your MACD. My computer reset on me last night, so I don't know what the blank I got going on in here. I just know my computer reset on me, and I didn't realize it until about 30 minutes before the show. So I'm sitting over here trying to straighten out a couple of things, and yeah, no fast signal cross yet here on the daily. But as I said, the 4 hour and weekly, those are gonna be the ones to watch. Weekly time frame looks good. Looks good. So no complaints to be had there. So let's take a look at Ethereum here. So I last night I was going over Ethereum. All right, and this is ETH on its weekly time frame. So you can see how strong and how nice the movements had been here for Ethereum. And then we finally slipped outside of the bullish control zone on that candle right there. And now we're trying to come back in here and test it. So I did put some lines in here for what I think is potential. Well, for what I'm thinking for Ethereum, and I know that we're at that resistance in here, looking to get back into this bullish control zone. I don't really know that ETH is going to do it just yet. I was looking at the indicators in here as well, and you can see we're still underneath. So it's like we have a cloud cover in here, so we're still underneath the indicators in here. Everything is still on the negative side for Ethereum as we are approaching that standard deviation 1 in here. So just something to be aware of. If we do cross into it, we'll know it. But right now, no solid confirmation that Ethereum is ready for that break back into the bullish control zone. Now, I do like this though, because you see where our tippy top is up here. So just say we come back in here and we start trading back outside standard deviation 2. Oh gosh, that's going to be beautiful. But right now, we're still outside of the bullish control zone. So I'm going to take us back over here. And it's somewhere right in here where we're hitting these lows in here. So that is what, this is our line right here. So our 1 right there, and our X is down here. All right, so just keeping an eye on these 2 in here, especially this one, since we're so close to possibly, looking to cross back into it. We did get beyond this resistance in here, which was great. We did do that, but now it's all about getting back above the resistance in here. And so once we cross that 4,442, once we cross and we can see that we're actually holding it, then we can start to look at those, coming back up here for ETH. Right now, still below it. So that's Ethereum. I'm watching the daily time frame for ETH, and I'm also watching the weekly time frame for ETH. I can look at the 4-hour over here. So I did turn this on, and I was seeing this drop over here in the QTD dynamic cloud, which I love when I see the drop. It just depends on how well we hold with it, but I love when I see a drop. It does typically indicate, you're going up a little bit more, because you can see at first we were just hitting the top side in here. I mean, along with the daily level in here. So we're just hitting the top side of the cloud in here. But as that drop was kicking in, we were coming up. It looks like it's flatlining now. I would like to see it continue to push in, but it is flatlining a little bit in here. But nonetheless, this is okay. A little bit of exaggerated bear div in here on Ethereum. So keep that in mind also. So we know if Bitcoin does decide it wants to give that correction on that 4-hour time frame, with the momentum just kind of slowing down just a little bit, still very high, still very strong. I'm sorry, still very strong. Momentum is still very strong, still very, very, very strong. Just showing that it's cooling in that high zone right now. So just cooling a little bit, just a little bit, but nothing really major. And with the Bollinger here, on Ethereum's 4 hour, you can see we're riding the bands in here too at the top side in the bullish control zone in here. And I think we were talking about this yesterday, how cleanly it did when it came out of the bullish control zone the first time and just back tested into our 20 SMA, which was something that I highlighted for the weekly for Ethereum, was that it did not break below its weekly 20 SMA last week as Bitcoin did. So that was a positive for it on that weekly time frame. Also, that was a positive for it, but a nice clean back test into that at 200 there, just to push us back up here into the bullish control zone, standard deviation 1 and 2, and we're riding very close to the top side of the band. So right now Ethereum looks good to me as well. Now, in terms of just standard price action, you know what a doji is. You know what that is. And you start to break that doji, then maybe a little bit of a cool off in here, but nothing too major. Again, we will be looking at the same thing. We want to see how we do if we come back into our standard deviation 1, and if we lose that, coming into our 20 SMA. And this looks really good. Same situation would apply here, where I would be looking for this to cross into the green before any sort of a major reversal was to take place. Hopefully we continue to play out like that, cross into the green, and then I start to think, okay, well, likely we're gonna cool off a bit, but right now we're far from that. Like I said, we can see a little bit of a cool off though. We can see a little bit of a cool off in here, so that's gonna be ETH. But again, I'm putting this back over here on the daily time frame because I really want to keep monitoring on that daily. Now Solana is looking good. Solana is looking good. Oh, this is what I wanted to tell you. So you see these lines in here, these new ones right here. I just wanted to let you know that I was about to delete some lines in here. I didn't want to do it just yet. I plotted them out last night. I'm not deleting anything up here because we haven't even touched these just yet, but I did decide to go ahead and add this one simply because of the lows in here, and I was neglecting the lows in here, and I know that we will have a little bit of resistance in here, so I decided to go ahead and add it into the chart. So before I deleted anything, I just wanted you to be aware of what my decision was going to be in here. So far you can see we had mad respect in here, and bouncing off the top of this one I'm going to keep, but these other three in here, as price starts to move down, then I don't want to use them anymore. I'm going to start looking at these right here. So with that said, now that you are here, I can take these away now and just focus on these ones in here. And I'm just gonna pull this out just to make it look neat. And I'm going to do the same thing with the ones I have right here. And these are just your 4-hour levels. Like I usually, if you missed it, I usually just go off of the weekly with Solana, but I figure I would start to use some 4-hour levels as well, since sometimes, not often, but sometimes we don't actually come all the way back into the range. And when we're not doing that, I don't want you to miss the opportunity to get in. And these tend to really work. 4-hour levels tend to work very well. So I have a lot of respect for 4-hour levels. I just never really used them over here on Solana, but Solana is looking pretty good, I have to say. This little ascending channel in here did get the break to the upside on this, which is bullish, because generally you be looking for these to break down. I remember when we were sitting here watching this, I think we're about this candle right here in, and I'd already plotted out the line. Then we just came into it and bounced. Oh, Solana. We just came into it and bounced. Again, everything in here looks nice to me. I don't see a reason to have any major concerns just yet. Of course, we do have our rise out of our low, so you know what that means. That typically means that some sort of a correction is going to come in. You can't really clock it. You can look at stuff like this, you know, a little candle right there, a little shooting star or whatever. You can look at things like that, but you can't really clock it. You front run the signal and put it like that. No need in front running the signal. We did get a fast crossing here, potential cloud cover, but you can see you can just push up into that. You can push up into that, so it doesn't really stop price action. It just tells you that there is a little bit of a lack in momentum, but outside of that, it's temporary. Because this for me looks really nice. It looks really nice. So um, and I think the same thing over here. Take a look. I got some stuff in here that I don't know why you're here, but I want you gone. Because when I reset my PC, it gave me everything. All right. And another one. And another one. See, I didn't even pay attention yesterday to the fact that we were coming into the 20th of May. I don't think I did. It wasn't yesterday, it was Tuesday. I really didn't pay attention to that. I really didn't. But anyway, I know Solana's going to do really good. I know Sol versus ETH was looking absolutely phenomenal. We were looking at that too. So that's one of the things for me. Right now against Bitcoin, not so great. But against Ethereum, Solana is going to be a monster. A monster. And same situation, holding up well throughout here. And never mind these triangles when you see them. Really, it just lets me know when price action closes back below the standard deviation 2. So that's all I'm looking at right there. When price action closes back below the standard deviation 2, or when it closes back inside standard deviation 2 from the lows. That's what those little triangles are. They don't actually mean you should take a short, although some people do trade Bollinger Bands that way, where they'll take a short when price comes back into standard deviation 1, and they'll take a long when price comes back. And 2, and price comes back inside standard deviation 2 from the underbelly there. But that, no. But it gives me clear visuals of when we're closing back inside of it. All right. So never alone. It does work sometimes, but never alone. All right, so Solana's looking good. So be looking, like I said yesterday, was going to be looking for us to get up here to our 227. So once we bypass these 4-hour levels in here, which we did, we're going to be looking to come up to our 227. We get out of our 227, the first thing we're going to look at is the resistance that we have in here, which is probably going to be somewhere right here, this 232.19. Let me just lock that one back down. Yeah, so 232.19. I was looking at with the QTD in here, because I was waiting to see if we were going to get this cross on this, and we didn't. So that was cool. I was looking to see if we were going to cross back below here. Now, instead of me using this trend line, you see how I connected it across here, and then it just instantly. So I know it's a great trend regression line in here. I know that it's that, and this was just showing me this extra in here once it crossed over this line right here, this extra move in here coming in. And so that's what that part right there is. And typically I like to see it come back down and break back inside, and that'll confirm some sort of a rollover. I can just take this one little line in here, which also with this candle right here, closing back below this candle right here. But anyway, nothing concerning here really. We're still within the cloud. We're not outside. We're not trading above it or anything like that. That would be the only thing over here for Solana that I will note. But otherwise, it's fine. And this right here, this did exactly the same thing that Hyperliquid did. I don't know if you remember a couple of videos back. I was talking about Hyperliquid, and I was telling you, hey, Hype is not this right here. It's not even coming close to interacting with this low. So that's just your continuation, and you can see the bear divs in here. So no interaction whatsoever, none whatsoever. This would have been the point right here with the pivot. I probably would have been looking at that, but especially once it finally does come in and interact with it or break color. But as long as it stays away from it, you can look for it to continue down, or as long as it stays away from it, you can look for it to continue up. And then you can see what your patterns are in here. So that's why I love this indicator right here so much. Hide that. So everything looks fine over here for now. For Solana. Let's take a look here. All right, so I did decide to plot a new new little hockey stick structure in here. We're back up above it in here. I drew it off of the 4-hour time frame, but even on the 4-hour time frame, price did close outside of it. So I don't know how valid it's going to be at this point. I tend to end up dropping them whenever they start doing that. So like I said, I drew it off of the 4-hour, and you can see here at the time when I drew it, price was not outside of it. Price did close outside of it, and so now I don't. It's not really as valid to me anymore. Not necessarily anymore. You can see where it popped back out. I'm gonna give it a minute though. Give it one more chance just to see what what it does. But hype has been, I don't know. I don't know the words I want to use for it. I mean, this is nice, and and again, off of the 382, so very good entry point for the 382. Started out with the cute little inverse head and shoulder in there also, but I mean, this is a good move. It's just been hella choppy, so I don't really know how I feel about the chop, but nonetheless, it's been a decent move. It's still far away from getting up here to back test those highs right there, but yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I'm stuck around the same price range with my low profits and nothing more. And like I said, my computer reset and everything looks like trash. When I open this up like this, it looks like trash. Don't really want to use this right now. We do have a rise and our low. We do have that. We have that. But we'll see what our strength is really like in here. So just been choppy. And we've really been struggling to get past here. Past this I'll just say really struggling to get to our next zone up there. So I don't know. I don't know how strong hype really is right now. I don't know. When we were looking at it, we were on the 4-hour time frame because we knew we were coiling, and that same thing that I was just showing you with Solana was the thing that we were discussing in here as well. So you can see how back during that in that video, I was like, dang, we're not even coming into it. Like, we're not interacting with it. And so that's just continuation until we start interacting with it. And again, like so, we are inside the cloud as opposed to rejecting. We did manage to push up and get inside of it, but we're not above it just yet. So that's the thing. Like I said, probably come back up here to these lows in here, which will also be the top side of dynamic cloud at 51.52, somewhere in here. Probably do that. This is a little close for comfort. So this is close to the top side here where it can, send you back like it did right here. And this was so clean. You got one signal there that shot you down and one signal up right here that pushed you up, then one signal down, and you got your little correction. And because we did not break down into here, you didn't have anything to worry about apparently. But this does confirm that there is some sort of a rising formation in here as we see it here. I'm just thinking, we did all of that. We had all that pressure down through here for that reversal. And then we're lagging. with this little hockey stick, and I don't know. I'm in it, so all I can do. That's all I can do. So that's Hyperliquid 4 hour. Still maintain. Let me look at the Bollinger on this. I can't remember what we were looking like on the Bollinger with this. Yeah, we're not really, yeah, no expansion. That's what it was. We didn't have any sort of an expansion or anything like that over here on the 4 hour time frame. No squeeze ever came in after we got this big fall off right here. It just kind of drifts with whatever the pattern is. And that's how it's been. Just kind of drifts with whatever the pattern is. So hopefully something changes. So weak highs, weak lows, as I keep saying. Hopefully some sort of a squeeze or something like that will take place. Then we can see something more like this right here, like that. I mean, I don't know if hype is ready for all that again, but yeah, I'm not really feeling, the flow right now with hype until I can see some sort of contraction. I really like to see some contraction. So that's that. Us moving within here for now, at least until we see some sort of a contraction. And we don't have one. And I mean, even with, okay, even with this, no actual contraction anywhere. No nothing. All right. I've been watching the 2 hour here on our Aster, which finally we did push up above these lows in here, which was acting as resistance on us. In the 2 hour, I saw that we had lit up again on the 2 hour. So I'm still holding here on Aster in the Aster position. This candle did just get knocked down again. Of course, as we come back into where we had our little double top in here and our measured move down here around our 786. So we're hitting that little bit of resistance. I mean, we got plenty of resistance trying to push up here on Aster. But I can say I have been fond of this 2 hour time frame. 2 hour may have been one of the cleanest entries here for Aster. And I was gauging this 2 hour just simply by using the MACD and Delta, and you can see where that cross hit at right there, along with that 786 and that bull div coming into that 786, and I was like, yep. And it stayed up above it so far. You can see a little cool off in here, a little bit right in there, but I just add this. It's my moving average. I just added in here just in case I see some stuff like this, and I just want to make sure that if I see that, then it's whether or not it's just a temporary move or something I really need to focus on. But yeah, you see the little bull div in here. We talked about that yesterday, but the little bull div that's in here, bull div also in here off of the BP percent in here as well. And so far, I mean, it's been holding. It's been holding, and that expansion did start. I think this is. Let me check the Bollinger on this one. See, let me get. I don't need that. I don't. Let me see. Let me see what I don't need. I'm gonna take volume away because I haven't really been using that. I'm not big on BRVP. Don't need that on this time frame. I use it for. I really don't have to have this. I mean, I just makes my life easier sometimes just to do that. Anyway, as I yap, we could be starting an expansion. We did have a little bit of a squeeze in here. We had a little bit of a squeeze in here. And when I say the squeeze, I'm referring to the one with the actual Bollinger Band and not the one from in here. Not this one. Not this one. This could have been tighter anyway, but not that one. Not that one. But with the actual Bollinger, we did have a little bit of contraction in here. And if we're expanding now, this could start to be really nice for faster, and I hope so, because I've been sitting in this trade now for a few days, and I'm just ready for it to go. Ready for it to go. I don't have time for this because I started in it on Tuesday, and then we got the drop, and then I had to buy this dip. So I'm tired of just sitting in it, and we're doing this. It's painful. It's painful. So hopefully this is some sort of an expansion starting in here, and we ride the wave up. I'm looking for us to come into here at least. That's our 189, 196 right here. So looking for that at least. And if it does more, congratulations. But yeah, it's a 2 hour. Let me just flash through and see what might be happening. Yeah, that was the other day from our 1 hour into here and all that. That was nice. Let's see, 15, nothing, 30, nothing, 2, 3. Let me see what we did on our 3. I'm just checking momentum. 3, cool. 4, cool. I'm gonna start to not have data in just a second. And even the 6 is cool. Even the 6 is cool. Okay. Oh no. Yeah, we got our hand. We got a fight on our hands in here, but let's move on. Pump has a little range in here. Tap out here around the top side of the dynamic cloud. I would look at it sideways if it was trading outside of it, but we do have a little range in here on it. Pump. Let me take this away real quick. So you have this coiling range in here for pump, and it's 4 hours, so it's really good. I like it. I like it for the 4 hour. What was I looking for right there? I was looking for something. Price to come back into here. Probably at standard deviation. Now I will do this every now and then. This is trading views, Elliott wave thing. So I will use that every now and then. Every now and then I will use that. Let me take that away. That would be crazy though. That would be crazy. And I think this thing is talking about coming all the way down. Yeah, that would be. But boy, if it does, I am not in pump. So that is all right by me. I don't need volume. I don't need lux algo in here. Let me see where we at. Yeah, that's what I figured. We was at standard deviation 1 in here. Starting to break that a little bit. So of course, if we start to get a move down, first things first, do we sweep here? Because if price action comes back and it just does the sweep, then it will run it back up, of course. So I'll be looking for a sweep on this mother bar right here. And if we run on it, then we want to look at what our measured move would potentially be. And I just turned the 1 on for the bottom and the 1 for the high. So that will bring us back down here around where this momentum line is in here. And by the time our lows move up here on the Bollinger, it'll probably I wanted to say back at standard deviation 2. It depends on how rapid it moves, because it can just do the 1 down here. But that back into here, I do tend to see price action trade back into let me see if the golden pocket is matching up with that too. So a lot of times, no, that's too far down there. for the golden pocket to be matching up with it. Or is it? Or is it? Nope, on point. How about that? Yeah, golden pocket is matching up with that. So that would be, that's the measured move. And that is the measured move. If we do a run on that mother candle right there, we do a run on that one. Instead of a sweep. It's amazing to me how that always lines up. Well, not always, but a lot of times it lines up, and I'm not even looking for a golden pocket. I'm just looking for the measured move, and that's it. And then I draw a fib or something, and it's like, I'm here too. I'm here too. So that's to the downside. To the upside in here, we're looking at what, 0.008 if that were to happen. So I keep them both here for just in case. But I am leaning towards us not actually trading outside the top of that dynamic cloud, of us actually getting the pullback on pump. But nonetheless, I'm not going to turn that on this. Let me see. It's a nice trend regression line right there. Let me use this one. Make it easier. We'll do it off of this point right there though. But that's a nice trend regression line right there. Very, very touchy. Very touchy. Clean bounces along the way. So that looks good. You know, you flipping on that. I mean, you've already started. Again, you can't just go off of this range in here too. It's all about what we do. For now, we are still holding above the standard deviation one. Nothing's changed in here. We are at support. We are at support, of course. Blue box. You see the little reaction we got in here off of this daily. So we are at our support zone in here for USDT dominance. And then again, you know, we have to see how we do if we do continue to push down and if we come back into our macro trend line right here. So, but again, we are at some support. And the other thing I was saying to you yesterday, again, you know, never seen an actual cross between these two ever, 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 ever throughout the entire existence of USDT dominance. There's never been a cross between these two, but they are merging pretty close. Like, this is the closest they've ever gotten to. This is the closest they've ever gotten. So, if that happens, then I would say that's the parabolic phase for Bitcoin. Otherwise, I'm still looking at October 20th. Don't be mistaken. I am still looking at October 20th for a top. And I would change my mind if we don't get it. But for now, nothing is convincing me that it doesn't happen just yet. So I'm just going to stick to the narrative. When the narrative changes, I'll change too, because I'm not afraid of change. Just gotta show yourself. Prove yourself worthy. So that's some sort of support right here for USDT dominance. Same thing for stablecoin dominance. You can see that we're at a support level in here. Support level. This still, I mean, you got the little fast signal in here, but still nothing. I mean, you're coiling, and you have a little bit of pressure in here, but you can see how we did the last time we had that too. Like, it took a while before it played out. It took a minute. But nonetheless, it does indicate that I'm going to reverse on you. I'm going to reverse on you. So just know that. Just know that. It does indicate I will be doing some sort of a bounce on you. Doesn't have to be traumatic, but it will happen. It will happen at some point. We did the measured move here for the head and shoulders, potential head and shoulders here. I mean, it did validate with the break of that neckline, and then the measured move did push it down here. We'll see if we get that, and that would just be a back test into this trend line right here. That, it had this little break up from right here. Otherwise, maybe I can just wait for this to get down here into the red. That's what we did over here. We waited for it to get down, 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 and then go. And then of course, our blue line. That's crucial. That's crucial. What was I about to look at on this? Let me see where the 20 SMA is. It's far off from that. Right now, the legit trend line would be across here. Oh, this is what I wanted to see. I just want to get you out of here. Yeah. So again, I mean, we're nowhere close to it. We're bouncing off of it. Which ain't bad. Which is not bad, because typically you look for them to deviate away from each other. So you are bouncing off of it. Just gonna leave. I'm yarning. I'm just gonna leave this indicator on over here. On this. With a nice little trend regression line. Let's see which one gets met first. And if we make that move all the way down here, something might change. But for now, yeah, I mean, this would, when I used to do the RSI strategy, this would be my point that I want to see price come back up. So I'm gonna rock with that for a sec. 7.80. By the time that happens, you'll see a big move in Bitcoin to the downside, but I do want to see it reclaim back above there. 7.80. It was much simpler over here because it's always going to be your first green. This was your first green over here. So it was a lot simpler with this one to be like, yeah, once we get back above over here, and then you drop blue again, and then you would have never had to worry about crossing back down this one. But this is getting oversold quite a bit. So right now it is this 7.80. And if we start to do something different, of course, I'll be here to discuss it or post it on X or something like that. But right now it's that 7.80 for stablecoin dominance. And I know everybody is kind of, and initially I was too with the CME gap. When we were in here, I thought about that sweep. But after we broke out, I didn't even entertain this zone down here anymore. I entertained this right here. I entertained price coming back when we got this little correction. I entertained price coming back into here. That was it. I said right here. I want to see how we do if we come back into here, because it was no point in looking down here at that after that move, and after seeing that we had an expansion. We had an expansion. So looking down here and thinking price is about to come back down here, it's not typically what would happen. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but it's not the typical scenario when you get an expansion. When you get an expansion, you're looking to continue to expand. But I did look for it to come back into that 20 SMA, but it was too soon. It was too soon. We just got back above it. We just so luckily got back up above it on Sunday. And last night I was like, "Oh my gosh, are we going to get that close?" And I was like, we were here for that date about 30 minutes before that daily candle got ready to close, and then it was like, yeah, we'll run this up real quick. And that's how that went. Because they'll hold you out until the last minute, the same way they did on Sunday with that 20 SMA on the weekly time frame. They will hold you out until the last minute, have you thinking it's not going to happen. But it was nice to see that we did get that close on the daily above the point right here. Above the point right here. And here we go, Biddy. Here we go. Yeah. Maybe it's just as high. I'm looking forward to get back to here, but maybe it's just as much as taking out this little wick in here. Maybe that's it. We did have a small little drop in the top. Even that small little drop can mean something. So we did have this small little drop right here, which can accept price up, back up. We are underneath it right now, but yeah, this squeeze. Let's see what happens first. Take the liquidity from here one more time, and not make it here, but just take the little liquidity one more time and then correct. Or we push into this weekly at that 120 here for Bitcoin. Let's take a look at some of your altcoins. Wow, Bitcoin is doing what Bitcoin would do. Yay, Aster, please pump. And hype, please pump. And I had some major concerns with Aster too, because of the whole unlock and all that stuff, and I still have it, so I'm moving with caution. Let me see. Oh yeah, there's also, because I'm going to use this chart right here anyway for the altcoins, there's also this sort of mega scenario happening in here. And you might be able to pair this with another pattern somehow, but it just stood out to me this morning when I hopped on the computer. So just something to think about, because we do still have that gap for Ethereum as well. So just something to think about. Moving this to a 4. XRPZ. Nothing has really changed. Nothing has changed here for XRP. Nothing at all. I mean, it got above that 294. This line right here, this is coming from the daily, I believe. Yeah, that's coming from the daily. What chart did I like? Was it the daily? We're coming back into our VWAP again. I thought it was the daily. I mean, weekly was still Um, I thought it was the daily. I don't know. Um, we've had some struggles right in here. Just really clearing above here, we've had some struggles. I wouldn't mind if this. I mean, we're above the mean on the RSI. That's good. Above the mean on the Bollinger, so above the 20 SMA here on the Bollinger. Um, MACD and Delta positive. So I really can't get too negative on this right here. The only thing, again, I would say to you is what I mentioned to you yesterday, is that that cloud is rising over here on the daily time frame. That generally can mean, like, you know, bearishness in this move. But I wouldn't negate the signals in here over that one indicator or anything like that. We still have to see the momentum shift, because right now we haven't got that so far just yet. So a daily closure outside this line right here, that would be great for me to see. And we haven't had that yet, a daily closure outside this line. And I put it like that because like I said, we haven't had one. So we get one, then I can say momentum is possibly starting to shift in here, something like that. But and let me make sure that that's still rising. Let me see if it's not flattened out. It did flatten out. Okay, so not that big of a deal. It did flatten out. Okay. I mean, so all signals are a go for XRP right now. They're a go. It's just, yeah, it's good, especially if you kept jumping in off of the low in here, the weekly, like just the range play for XRP. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous, like the easiest money, man. The easiest money. But I don't trade XRP, so I wouldn't know what it's like to make easy money. Crow 22. Freaking look at that. I didn't need to buy anything. I didn't need to buy Crow because I'm still holding it on spot. But that I kept bypassing Crow. Every time we came to Crow chart, I was like, yes, Crow, I'm gonna keep going. But yeah, that was a nice clean bounce. But that was my thing. I should have gave it more time than maybe, you guys could have. Golden pocket, ascending trend line, bounce. But it's Crow. It's not a leverage play in my position. It's a spot hold. It's a spot hold. And I can't remember what price I got in on Crow. I just know I got in at a really great price. Sui still doing well after back testing here into the golden pocket 786 for a second time. And we'll be looking forward to get back up here into the trend line. So nothing has actually changed in here on any of this stuff in here. Above all means, daily time frame looks good. Altcoins look like they're gonna pump. They do. At least most of them. Most of them. Got to deal with Bitcoin dominance, which I did not look at today, but we do have to deal with Bitcoin dominance. BNB just continue to do BNB stuff. What we looked at yesterday in here on BNB, and we was on a 4-hour time frame because it was like, man, that's a clean tap into that trend line right there. Once we drew this one out, because looking for the inverse head and shoulder measure move in here, if it's going to be an inverse head and shoulder measure move, which kind of makes sense coming up into that 1.618 right there. In fact, let me put let me see what this right here indicates. Don't be like me. Looks out. No, that's not looks out. That's trading views. Um, Elliott wave thing. Sometimes these things work. Sometimes I don't usually use trading view one. I will from time to time look at Lux Algo one. So their 1.618 is all the way up here. My 1.618 is right here. I redid it because I think initially I had a fit retracement level in here. That was no. I don't think I redid. No, I didn't redo my fit retracement level. So I don't know how they got theirs up there, but they did. Mine was right here. And for them it's a 1-to-1. My 1-to-1 was back here. And that was when price had came up over here. So I don't know, but that's theirs. Let's take a look at Lux Algos and see what Lux he got. Oh, I gotta do Elliott. See what Lux Algo. Lux Algo saying it's gonna drop. So yeah, like I said, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. You never know. You never know. And that's why it's better to learn to do Elliott wave yourself, which I am not an Elliottician. I can do a little something here and there, but otherwise I'm just looking at support and resistance and indicators. I'm gonna stick to what I can do, and that's always gonna be better. Stick to what you know. Stick to what you know. So I am looking, if this plays out, I'm just looking up here around this 1,150, nice psychological level as well. Anything in here that concerns me, only thing in here that would probably concern me would be this in here, but that's not happening just yet. Uh, that does kind of concern me. That's it here for this 4 hour. That does on the daily. No, that's not a wick. on the daily on the daily I would be looking for it to break up. If it breaks up, I would be looking for that to happen, but still, I mean, you can see the positive coming in and out in here on the MACD. In here Delta leads, so that was cool. And when we broke below here and came back in, and I told you this right here, I'll do that, I'll use this. So when you break outside of that band, that this one right here, the grayish looking one, that's an entry point, and that would have caught that low right there. So this looks like an inverse head and shoulders on this as well. We'll see if we get it. If we get it again, I'll just be looking up here. We'll see if it happens. It's so extended. Otherwise, you're looking for a break below your 20 SMA here on this 4 hour time frame, because that looks so extended. And you can probably just draw a trend line in here. Let me see. Yeah, it's trying to break out of another squeeze in here. That's interesting. Could it be a false move up and the actual squeeze to the downside? I guess no sense in trying to guess. Just wait for it to drop below that standard deviation 1. But right now it's outside of band 2, which means it's a solid move. Huh. Interesting. Okay. You can probably also wait for a break of one of your candles in here for BNB. I'm sorry. I'm paused for a minute. It's a 4 hour. I got like 2 hours left on. Never mind. It's not gonna be worth me drawing it out because only like 2 hours left on this. Let's see what it does. Just leave it alone. ADA. I know yesterday we said ADA was looking good. I don't change my mind on that. I think ADA looks great. Maybe a correction at some point. Right now, it looks good. I mean, all of this looks good. Anything that really looks like this, which I don't think we just saw that on BNB. So I'm a little frazzled. It's not exactly like that with BNB. Yeah, when we looked at this, we saw this right here was in was up there. So that still looks pretty nice in here. Despite these little doji candles that we're getting in here. Still pretty nice in here. I would not like to see us come back down here and get pushed below VWAP. So that would be great. We did get past the lows in here for a little bit. So if anything, we're just hitting the resistance in here. More than anything, that's what I would say over just saying, like, I mean, it would just be a correction in my mind. I just see it as a correction if we get it. And then a continuation. 4-hour time frame looks nice. It looks like continuation on the 4-hour. I don't see a reason to doubt that it would just be continuation. And that's probably golden pocket right there. And that, not quite. Not quite. So pump me up some more and get me to at least something like that. So back up here into this trend line. At least 88. We'll see if we can get that before we do see our correction come in here. But outside of that, ADA looks fine. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. ADA has done this. I did look at this last night because it was like, okay, so we're gonna come up here to a level that we deemed important a while back. So back over here is when we actually deemed it important. We were looking for the breakup here. Came back and back tested. But it will cross through. It will cross clean through this, and it's just consolidation. So this whole thing up here is simply consolidation. Back above the 20 SMA here, there's nothing special on this daily time frame. Nothing special, at least with the Bollinger Band. There's nothing absolutely special in here with this, because it's just crossing through. It's flat, which just means consolidation. Basically, like, yeah, just flat. Yeah, doesn't mean it won't go. So, I mean, if it's just ranging between the Bollinger Band high to low two, then I just be looking for it to come back up here to the high again. I think I said that yesterday, but nothing has changed in here. Yeah, just down, up, down, up, down, up, just sideways. So, I guess play the range until the range breaks for ADA. Doesn't look bad. Doesn't look bad at all. And I still have this in here because I really would. Not mind if I saw that, but this probably got a sideways Bollinger Band too. It basically looks like it. It basically looks. I don't know why I keep cutting it off and then turning it back on every time. Yeah, sideways, sideways. Hmm. I don't see anything special happening over here on Pendle. If Pendle ever comes down here, then I'm gonna get interested in it. Right now, I'm not interested. Still around the high of the measure move that we have for our long position. Well, I didn't even enter it, but presented it for that long position that was in here for it. I don't even know if that's still in here. It's not. So, because it played out. It's from here to here. So that's done. I'm interested if we do this one to the low, the 1 week. Otherwise, I don't see anything interesting with Pendle. Maybe it just goes back up here to the 1 day momentum line in here. That's it. And then eventually get that drop into there, which is what I will be waiting for. H bar. Tap and rejection at the 20 SMA here on the daily time frame. I'm still looking for us to go up, and if we start to hold and squeeze anywhere around in here, yeah, I'm still looking for us to go up on this one. And I think I'd already mentioned all of this here anyway, so nothing has actually changed in here. Just, the Bollinger is basically flowing with this pattern. No actual contractions are happening in here on the daily time frame. Nothing like that. Just flowing with this pattern in here. So if we do start to see a squeeze in here, then that's going to be great. Otherwise, we could see a breakout that stalls. But I'm bullish on Hedera in the long run. In the long run, I'm bullish on it, and basically everything is looking like this on their daily for the most part, where it's just kind of faded once it got around this yellow signal line in here, just kind of faded. So we'll see. This part looks good. It can fail. But right now that part looks good. But just consolidation. Just consolidation and nothing really great. Floki. Look, it just might be getting started. It just might just be getting started. I can see how I need to change this. That's fine. This I do need to change. Which I don't like. Delete that one. And what's that from? Oh, that was from, I don't think that was from that Head and Shoulders. I can't remember what this was from. I just don't think that it was that. Something else, but we didn't play it out fully. Doesn't mean we can't, but I'm just going to delete it. Floki actually looks pretty decent. I heard somebody mention something about Floki yesterday. It's talking about how it's BNB meme coin or something like that. It makes more sense. Yeah, it makes a lot more sense. So like I said, we could see a breakout to the upside on Floki, and it can fade since there is no squeeze, no contraction or anything like that over here. So it will lead to a weak high pushing back up here into where this liquidity sits at right here with this pivot, likely a weak high. Unless we do start to see some sort of a contraction happening right around in here. Looks a lot like ADA in that regard. And yeah, by doing the line bias, actually puts you on point where your 20 SMA is sitting at. So when you do see the breakout, if you notice you never had a contraction in here, don't get overly bullish with the move or overly greedy. Because it might just come back into here and then fade. But thus far, yeah, it looks like that's what's going to happen. So I would just look for some sort of a contraction. If you're not getting it, if you're not seeing it curve, well, it's starting to curve a little bit in here, but it's not tightened down just yet. So when you get your breakout, you should move like that. Otherwise, weak, just like in here where it pushed up and came through, no contraction. So you just get a weak high and you push back down. Even if you stall out here at this standard deviation 1 and don't make it up to here. So I would definitely be mindful of not being overly greedy and shaving something off the table for Floki. Bitcoin is doing nothing this morning already. Another one sitting here at the 20 SMA on the daily time frame is Chainlink. Same thing. Yeah, they all starting to look the same now. I know that we looked at, okay, and that came from this time frame right here, I'm assuming, and it didn't come from over here on the 4. Yeah, I mean, it matched up with the 4 as well. Yeah, nothing changed here. Still looking to see if we can get up here. We come back inside of this zone right here, though, then you can kill this idea from this pattern because we've already closed outside of it. So this range break, we should not be coming back inside of this zone. Otherwise, weakness, 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 weakness. Want to see us push up and meet this major move, which means we theoretically want to make sure we hold standard deviation 1 and we bounce away from there, and then we get that push up in here to finish this out. I'm gonna take the low away because we didn't do that direction. We're looking to get up into this direction. 454. Sitting on support already. Sitting on support already. Already taking out this low. About an hour 42 minutes though for that closure, because sometimes they'll run it back up. But so far, I say you don't want to come back in here. I mean, you'll kill this idea. You don't have to kill everything, but you will kill the idea of this. This will be done. And we want to get back to 23. What do we look like on a weekly? Look like Ethereum. We look like ETH. So yeah, that would bring us back into the bullish control zone too. But can't say that we're actually going to get there. And that is what that would do for Chainlink. Otherwise, you know, we coming back down in here. Take this little low again. Come back down into here. Back test 20 SMA and see how we do there. Oh. Let me make sure that number. I gotta fix that. So let's see, we're getting caught up under that 5 in here. Yeah, so we're getting trapped up under that 5 EMA. The last time it tapped into the 60, which is my second favorite EMA 60. And I use the 26 and not the, yeah, these EMAs, yeah. So that's 60. We'll see. Right now it's getting trapped up under that 5 here on the weekly time frame. I think we did kind of discuss something with that. Let me see. I think we did, which is why I drew it out. I mean, right, so we're looking to get back to 2377. It doesn't really look. Doesn't really look too strong on the weekly or the daily. Not really. I can see that pattern a lot easier now. We'll see how it chooses to go right now. If we can just get back up here into 2377, that will put us back to where we need to be. I think this is kind of wrong. I don't think that's. So we're slightly starting to break out of this right here. This is a weekly time frame though, and it will require a weekly candle closure. Today is just Thursday, so we got a few days on this. It's going to be the harsh part right there. But so far, it is breaking outside of it. So I would rather go with the line bias, and it did. It did look neat with this right here as well. So you can see it better now. It still doesn't look all that strong. So if it still doesn't look all that strong, it just doesn't. Oh, it looks fine. I guess RSI looks okay, but if it breaks, yeah, it still leans towards having the potential to break to the downside. We are still very much above our mean in here on the RSI, which is cool and all, and we're squeezing. I don't know. I don't know if I like it. I'm trying to find a reason to like it. Slacking on some momentum in here on the weekly time frame as well. It's at a critical point. It's at a critical point. So ideally within the weekly range, like I said, we'd be looking forward to get up here to 2377, but I don't really see the strength in here right now, to be honest with you. I don't. It did get back above this momentum line in here on the weekly time frame, which is good. It shows that it was able to show some strength and pushing back up into here. I don't I don't know. I have some doubts on it though. I have some doubts. We shall see. I have some serious doubts right now. And of course, these lows in here. I'm not feeling bullish on Chainlink. Let me just say it like that. If it pumps, it pumps, and then I'll just be wrong. I'm just not feeling bullish on Chainlink right now. I just don't feel bullish on it at all. Let me fix this so it doesn't travel. I don't know. I just don't feel bullish on it. Alright, XLM did what we expected for it to do. The last time we were talking about XLM, we were talking about how cleanly it, how clean these bounces off of our weekly average range have been for just really, really clean, really clean, really clean. And we were comparing it to XRP, and we're at the weekly high in here, and we did break above. It's actually looking better than XRP, to be honest. We did get above this line in here, which I don't know if I drew this off of the 4 or if I drew it off of, it looks like I might have drawn it off of the 4. I use a line and I use the body. I use both. But yeah, I mean, can't argue with this. I probably could have just done it like that. Just the same. Let me just adjust that just a little bit in case we need to come back and test it or something like that. But yeah, looking pretty good. It looks better than XRP. Like I said, we're at the weekly range high. Yeah, looking forward to get, like, typically, that's what you be looking for. So if we get past this, so we got a little wick right here, Bitcoin, that's all it is. Get past this, be looking at 43 to 50 back in here. Looks pretty good so far. And I think now this would be a good example if we see this not having the contraction and then we just how about that? Good example it is. Not having the contraction and coming up and just hitting your standard deviation too. And then it looks good on the surface, but you actually miss that it's not actually expanding. Yeah. For sure, this is a good example. This is a good example of what we just looked at on some of the other ones that I mentioned. So let's just what was it? XRP? Yeah, not there yet. probably would just do that. Who else was it? Sui. Yeah, no expansion. Probably would just do that. Yes, I mean it's a good example of what I was mentioning, where you don't have the contraction. Your Bollinger Band is just kind of lazy as crap. So you get weak lows, you get weak highs, and you just range plan, and you wasting your time like me drawing out all these patterns. Now, if it does start to squeeze, that'll be a whole nother conversation. If it does start to ball up to make a fist in here, then it's more interesting. But right now, it is flat. It's flat. And we did that. So we wait. It's just flat. Now this, I think, yesterday? We drew out the trend regression line. No, that was on Tuesday, I guess. Drew out the trend regression line or whatever. Whatever day it was, we did it anyway. For all I know, it could have been yesterday. Who knows? I know we've been waiting on this trend line in here for a while, though, so I know that ain't brand new. But yeah, great example of no expansion and just coming back up into no contraction and just coming back up into a lazy Bollinger Band. Isn't that fun? And then I know that we did this one yesterday right here with the lines in here for the rising, or I did it before coming on stream or something like that with the rising formation in here for Dogecoin, and it is pushing up above the 20 SMA and the trend line that we have in here at 25. This is on a daily chart, so we'll see how this goes. Either we come back up here and we fizzle out around here at the 27, or we make our way back up here to the top side of our trend line into our daily level low. And until I can see something different, then I don't have a reason to expect that it does more than that. And I can't remember what we were saying in here yesterday or looking at in here yesterday. And no mention the cloud cover, but it is starting to break it a little bit in here. So let's see how that goes. And you're also starting to get a momentum shift down there on your MACD. So like I said, it could be that it comes into here, or that it just pushes all the way back up here to the top side of this rising. I'm just going to say rising formation instead of identifying it as a wedge or anything like that. But this rising formation in here for Dogecoin. Just consolidating. Tron. It's about one of the only ones that's actually starting to show a contraction. I can't see it there, so give me just a minute and let me see if I can see. That was the whole Trump disaster right there. All right. So it's not pushing outside. And this is a good example of, you can see your VWAP too, but this is a good example of when you're not coming back. But every time this did, it just hit the point right here, and then boom, boom, until it finally stopped. And then that was it right there. That was it. So you're not pushing outside of this indicator right now. What you want to see, you're not taking that below either. I'm going to delete this. I had this here for some reason. Did I delete anything else when I did that? Okay, I did it. I'm going to delete this though. And Tron does look slightly different than everything else that we have reviewed so far. It does look slightly different. We'll say that. Tron hasn't really care about my levels very much. Not really, in my opinion. It's not terrible, but um, not really. It hasn't really cared about them. So, and it does again look like you're contracting here. So if you break out here, that look like exactly where your 20 SMA is sitting at right here for a Bollinger expansion here. It's not tight in here. In fact, it was given. Yeah, it's not really tight in here, but you're still sitting at that 20 SMA in here. And you're above your 50% here on the RSI, and the RSI is also in a squeeze. I'll be looking for it to break to the upside. I mentioned Tron yesterday though because of the whole stablecoin thing, tether thing. So yeah, I don't trade this one, but I can see how it can be a good one, good altcoin. So you can wait on this. It is on a daily time frame. So closer you are towards your daily close, I would say the best time to play it. The closer you get towards your daily close, then go with it. And that way you can see if you're getting a false move. But it looks like it breaks up and out with this one. A little market structure shift in here also from here. So your little higher low and your higher high right there. So your 4-hour market structure shift. So I wouldn't be looking for it to take out the low. I wouldn't be. All right, this is what we were talking about yesterday right here. So we did get the push up here into this little yellow line in here. We'll see if we do reject here or if we run through it. So the idea yesterday when we were looking at this, and it did coil in here, which was a good entry. I didn't even map out the coil here on the 4-hour, but it did coil right there. We probably got some sort of a flag moving here off of that right there alone. Let me look at the 1-hour. Actually, let me draw it out and then look at the 1-hour. I'm just going to do it like this so I can see. So it was a good little flaggy formation in here. I don't do the flag drawing thing, but it does look like you probably got a little pole in here you can draw on this. But either we'll see the rejection right here and we'll pull back a little bit, hopefully to back test these highs in here, and then it pushes out and possibly come back and back test again before it runs up. Otherwise, we just see it completely break out. So we shouldn't see a red candle, but some sort of strength coming through to push it out. Right now, I don't see the strength. So I like to see it blast through here like it did over here. So when it blasts through a level of interest, then you look for it to come back and back test it and do the complete opposite. So you look for it to be a point of rejection if you blast through it like that. But we're not blasting through this. So I don't know. I would have expected to see that over here too. How we blasted up through here. I would have expected us to come back and back test this and not fail, but we actually did fail. Um, so you can see how sometimes it doesn't matter. But I mean, nothing is ever going to be 100% sure to work every time. So we'll see how this goes over here with virtuals. I'm interested in getting into virtuals. Um, I just can't keep up with everything, and so I could have did it in here off of this little two day inefficiency that's just been working out. It's been working out so far. Um, if we reject and come back and hold, then I'm going to be interested. Even if we reject and come back, I probably would just jump into it, and then if it just doesn't look like it's going to work, then I would drop it. But if it don't do that in the middle of my conversation. I mean, so maybe it'll have to be a later entry again. It's something like this one right here. Yeah, so maybe it pushes up, comes back test this, and then can get into it and look to take it back up here. Either way it goes, it's a nice move for virtuals. I mean, getting it down here under $1 is always great. Always great. So anybody who got that under $1 move for now, traders, not investors, because you probably in from way lower. This is pretty decent. Pretty decent. Yeah, if it just pushes through this resistance right here, then you don't have enough supply in here, and it'll come back and hold it. That's what I would say to it, and come back test it and hold it. Your demand will probably be here, but they're waiting for it to get above here first, and then back test it, and then jump in. Like I'm saying, I'm willing to do, unless we do it here. So I am willing to do that. I am willing to take a long if we can get that. And even from this point right here, just say it's coming off of, I'm not going to get perfect. And I'm looking for it to get up into here. That's a strong freaking move. That's a strong move. That's 22%. I mean, like, that's great. And you can see how it often will just come back to here, which is why I'm saying it's going to come back into here. Likely to come back into here again. So that's a strong move. I would bet on it. And if you got in off of, sometimes people can't catch the low. It's a nice move. Yeah, that's pretty good. I can sleep with that. Yeah, this is nice and strong too. That was beautiful. Freaking. Where was this at yesterday when we were looking at it? I know dang on well we were not. No, we weren't. Not yesterday when I looked at it. I don't think that we were in the band yesterday. I think that we were already outside of this band. I don't remember. I think we were already outside of it though. But that's nice. I mean, if we can get, it probably won't happen until it probably does get in here and start to tap these highs in here. Then I can look to see if we can come back in here and back test this or something like that. It might not actually happen until something, may not happen until then. Because what I would be asking for right now is saying, can you come back down here to the 20 SMA, which is kind of crazy at this moment. But yeah, that's nice. Let me check this right here. It did exactly like Hype and Solana did too. I wouldn't put too much emphasis on the whatever is happening right in here. But it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I'm just gonna look for that pullback and then an entry into this to get back up here, because more than likely we go back there. Data. Are you already about to come into resistance on theta? I mean, everything pretty much got the little squeeze breakout right here. I mean, we saw most of the 4-hour time frame. As we were doing all this, I kept talking about it and we kept rolling for a few days on it. But mostly everything on the 4-hour time frame got the squeeze. So really nothing to truly get into. Any of this is my baby. Near. Yeah, my alarm had kept going off because we kept crossing below the weekly, which I got in below it. So you can see my little alarm right there. It kept going off on us as I was streaming. But great place to get in, especially when you come back up. You don't want to test it down, but coming back up into the range, great. So it's a nice little move from here to there for near. I'm spot long. I'm not leverage trading near. I'm just looking for it to go higher. I'm gonna move my line since it doesn't really matter at this point. I thought, I'll move my line like that. We're just hitting the resistance in here, but once we get past that, I mean, yes, I do. I do think near will come back up here and take out that high. I do. I think near will be one that can do it. I sure do. And if not take it out, we'll at least come back into here, in my opinion. I think that's very doable for near. I guess if I had any pause in between there, it'll probably be somewhere in here with this one around 523. I can drop this one since we are meeting right now. So I'm going to delete that one. This is saying about 4. Maybe. I guess. Yeah. I guess I have to scale it back and say in here. Yeah. Got a lot more touches in here. And then the VWAP is in here as well. So here, but then I do think that it's possible to get into here later. I guess this is our target right now though. About 431. 451. 431 to 451. Yeah, looks good. Near looks good. I've been saying that from the start. I haven't actually looked at AVAX anymore, but AVAX, the near looks good. Or DOT. I haven't looked back at DOT either. Back test, back test. Yeah, I think that's the right VWAP for us right there. Yep, next stop 347 to 378. That would be the next stop to take out this little high right here and keep it chugging. I'm gonna keep my alarm on just in case we decide we want to revisit after hitting into this top right here. Definitely not looking for a head and shoulder. I can say that. Yeah, we do need to see ourselves through this one more time though and come up here and take out this high. I'm gonna take that away. I don't think that's needed. Cloud cover. Bitcoin's still just sitting in the same spot. That's why I'm not paying it any attention right now because we're not moving on it at all. At all. Is anything really moving? Not really. Because we know that we're at support for dominance. Stablecoin dominance is at support right now. It feels like we're gonna have some news come out today. I don't know why I'm getting that feeling in my tummy, which is why we're stalling. Maybe we reached an agreement. That could be it. We hit resistance for Ethereum market cap again too. We sure did. We hit resistance again. Also on total 2, we hit resistance again as well at that 166. So we got our breakdown from. That's rising away. That one too. Had some fresh hot coffee. Yay. I mean, we already know that Bitcoin dominance. I'm sorry to just jump off the bandwagon like that. Yeah, Bitcoin dominance is holding above that 20 SMA. That was your first dip below and pushing back up. So back when I first noticed that everything was hitting resistance, should have jumped into Bitcoin then. I am still not in Bitcoin. I'm upset. I'm trying to do right on the weekends. Yeah, dominance. We close the week like this, we'll probably go up way more. That was our first breakout below it. That's what the weekly is starting to look like. No, it's not. Who was I looking at that was doing that? No, was it the daily? I'm exaggerating stuff now. I must be tired. There was something I was looking at. Let me just pop through all of these real quick. That's BNB on a weekly. I mean, what price point can BNB possibly be about to go to? Because that's crazy right there. I need to buy some, I suppose. Anyway, I need to jump back on some chart. I'm gonna get back over to Bitcoin and Ethereum. Take a look at what, so you guys can actually see Hedera. I don't know what all this is. SUI dominance against Bitcoin dominance is pretty good. It's pretty good. in comparison. It's actually looking pretty good right now. I don't even know why I'm over here. Anyway, let me put this back on Ethereum. Still looking like that. Solana again looks pretty good in comparison. Solana's looking good and trying to continue this push up. So versus Bitcoin. I mean, it's so dominant as we just saw it. It did start to trend back up, so it is recovering really nice. It's at this resistance points, but once it breaks into that, then Solana looks pretty decent to do any of this in here. All right, let me lock something down. As Bitcoin, you can see stalling out a little bit. Momentum appears to be the same here for Bitcoin right now. Still not showing any strength at the moment. We're not necessarily pushing down, but we're still not showing any strength in the momentum right now either. And we're ways away from market opening. We still got our numbers yesterday from Jolts, which came in above forecasts. Forecast was 719 and came in at 723. No, that was Tuesday. What the heck am I talking about? I assume. Tentative. I think I ever seen that, read that before, but tentative unemployment claims, tentative factory order. They're like, Logan, if you want to speak, you won't get paid for it. We don't even care. We don't need to put tentative on that. But tentative on these numbers. Tentative. That's interesting. So we're just not doing anything right now. Height, same place it was before. You can see we got a little rejection at the resistance right here. Not much, not a big deal, but still rejecting over here off of Aster. Pump still trying to hold in. So I'll try something different today. I'm usually looking at the Bollinger. Let's go below 30. NYX, Bioborg, Gems, Elon. Take a look at NYX. Not one that I really care to trade per se, but I will look at it. $15-minute. I played this one time. It was a good trade, but I said I would never play it again. So 4. Looked like it got a bear div. And it did. Multiple. That's in sync with the line. I don't really need that. Multiple bear divs. don't know if I want to trade this. I wouldn't trade it just yet in either, but I didn't really see anything else in here. I guess it would make sense to trade this off of a 15-minute time frame. It looks quite awful right now. I'll probably get trapped on a 15-minute. Only reason I'm entertaining this one is because the market cap is pretty good on it. The ranking is pretty decent on it. Otherwise, I would not. See Bitcoin with a little bit of a bounce on that 15-minute. Let's see how we react once we get into here. It's pretty in the dirt. Pretty much in the dirt. Hi, genius. How's your trading been? Good, I'm sure of it. As I ask you the question and answer it for you. I'm trying to find something to lose some money on. Nah, just kidding. This was the This is the divergence point, or the point where it's no longer showing potential divergence. This line right here. So I had to look back and see what it was I was doing. Yeah, so that's the point where we invalidate any potential bullish divvy on the 4-hour time frame by closing below here. I mean, close would have to be on the 4-hour, but by closing below here. It doesn't close below here, then it might present some bullish divvies on the 4, but the 4-hour looks terrible. $15-minute looks terrible too. So, no way. No way. Your trading has not been sucky. ENA. Oh, it's ENA. I'm gonna leave that like that. I'm gonna put it back on Hyperliquid, but I'm gonna leave it like that. And pump is already pumping, so let me just see what that is. ENA. Like Maxi. I do Binance. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. Wow. Yeah, that's nice right there. Can't get in on this right now. It's crazy. My first thought would have been weak high, but it's holding. See, 1 hour. Oh, okay. 1 hour. Nice expansion. 1 hour. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, this is nice. Just focus on the 1. Still got a bear div. It's to be expected, I guess, because of how strong the breakout was. But yeah, that's nice right there. Hey, nice little pizza right in here for the continuation. Yeah, I can't take this one now, but that's nice. Let's see, 15, 15, 15. And it had the rise. Dang. That's dope. Are you in this one right here, Genius? Oh, you're in the short scalp. Okay. Short. Might bounce there. It's a good short. Wherever you called it at, that's a good short. ENA. .62% move. Let's see this on a different chart. It looks pretty good. I mean, even the 15-minute time frame looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, it might hold if it comes back down here and taps into this line right here. It might hold that right there instead of breaking in. It's a pretty decent chart. I wouldn't call it a bad idea. If you got in at a decent level, I wouldn't call it a bad idea. I'm pretty sure you have your stop in place too, in case you get invalidated. I mean, but even if it moved down into here, that would be what was the 2.3% move down into here. That's really good. Doesn't look crappy. I mean, it looks like a nice chart though. It really does look like a good chart. It has a beautiful alligator mouth on your moving averages. I noticed that about it. A nice alligator mouth, especially past the point where it broke from here. Beautiful peacock feathers. Just slightly underneath some momentum right here. This candle right here, slightly underneath some momentum. So if it's not reclaiming that, if it's not reclaiming back above that peak, that little tail right there, then that might be your move to come down into here. And your momentum is down, but even with your, let me see what this is right here. I'm gonna drop this out and this one. I mean, that looks, even with this right here, like you can see how you had like the same formation in here for that break to the upside. And I just noticed that with your momentum too. So if I'm looking at, which I haven't used in a long time, but I'm looking at your momentum, even with this, move that up. Resistance point right there. I don't actually need this purple line in here. It's just in here. But if you caught it somewhere in here, that was good. It was a good resistance point. Like I said, right about in here, might try to bounce on you. Still, I mean, still strong momentum, but you can see. It ain't no bad looking chart. Yeah, reclaim that. Let me change it to white so it's not. I still got like 8 minutes on this one right here though. Doesn't mean you come back up and take that out. But I mean, it is a, let me stop saying it, but it's a good looking chart. 15. Let me see your 30. Great chart on the 30. No expansion on the 30. One. And the 4-hour does suggest that price can come all the way back down. You got lagging momentum on the 4-hour, which suggests price can come back down into here. About 54, 54.3. Somewhere in here around these lows. It does suggest that it could do that in here. But aside from that, a pullback on this 4 hour would be a great entry. Because if it doesn't come back into here, then everything is about to really go parabolic. Well, I'm not saying parabolic. Why am I saying that word? You're gonna get a nice rally on ENA, whatever that acronym stands for. ENA. $60.41. It's this high. Come on, Aster, you can do it. Astage Boy just having a challenge with these lows in here. A challenge. So your 4 hour is gonna fall up under momentum right here. Got like 19 more minutes though. This might change, but right now your 4 hour you start to fall up under your 4 hour momentum all the way back down here around 60.34. Good call, genius. Good call. This is moving really slow. All right, as we get closer to this 4 hour candle close, it looks like it will close below here. Still got another 15-minute closure. And this was just the prior recovery zone over here on NYX. The prior recovery zone for your RSI was there at 1348. Let's see what you bounced off of. Um, move this. Dang. I mean, oof. It would have to be a liquidity grab, but this does go here now. All right, Bitcoin is got a little green candle right now on the 4-hour. Still not above that last 4-hour candle just yet, but it did turn back up, which in turn is also turning Ethereum back up a little bit here over here with that doji. And Solana was doing its own thing. So I think Solana's probably broken away from Bitcoin at this point. Still at that resistance on dominance, but nonetheless, it looks like it's probably breaking away from Bitcoin a little bit. Solana. Okay, I already have this chart in my thing. Just this alligator spread, boy. Yeah, it's a nice spread on price action. It's the only thing. But it's still a bear div right here. It has to be a liquidity grab in my opinion. You just have to try to get through the chop as long as your invalidation would be above this high. Yeah. He's still outside standard deviation too. Dang. It still wasn't no bad attempt, genius. You are still trading outside standard deviation. Too. You still very strong. Very strong. I think it chops in here and then it corrects in here a little bit. I think you can still get a correction out of it. That's Bitcoin over here. Right now, still not above this candle right here, but still holding the top side of this zone right here. Still holding the top side. Ethereum following along with Biddy, like I said, following along with Bitcoin. Solana doing Solana thing right about now. So, and like I said, still at resistance in here against Bitcoin, but nonetheless, it is showing strength against Bitcoin once again versus where it was falling over in here. So definitely showing some strength, and just have to see how we do right in here as it is hitting the bottom side of the resistance there, and then the top side of the resistance in here at the 227. So break that, and like I said, we'll be looking through here. These lows especially would be the first challenge. When we looked at USDT dominance, not USDT dominance, but total two came into here. So this is the newest, the latest data over this right here. So maybe Sol does this one right here too. And that one's at 235.65. So it might be looking to do that one. I haven't drawn a fib or anything like that to kind of see. I guess I pull it off of that. It's not the end all be all just because it's the golden pocket right there. I'm still going to say whatever total 2 did, I would probably expect for Solana to do too. So I would be looking forward to do that. That would be exactly as Total 2 did. As you recall, Total 2 came into here. It didn't pause down here. It paused up here. That's what Solana's chart look exactly like Total 2. 4 hour. So I'll probably stick with that. Get past the resistance anyway. And then back over here on this, it looked like it did just take out that high right there. Still has the bear divs on it, so I think it's just going to chop a little bit through here and probably correct a little bit more than what it did. Strong on the indicators outside of a little bit of weakness on momentum, a little bit of weakness on momentum with the bear div, but moving averages are strong, Bollinger is strong, MACD is strong. Let me check on hype real quick. That's 15 minute, and I'm looking at the 4 hour on hype. And forgive me as I take this away. No, I gotta leave this on him and go back to that other chart anyway. So hype is looking good. Still the same on the 4, on the 1. Still good on the 1. And at the top here on the daily. Top on the daily. Which could be a transition again that takes place at the closer to the daily close. Because we have been Chop City in here with this little hockey stick, so could be something that holds out until then. How is this doing? I know people didn't like my take on this, and I said comes back into here. And it came back into it. I still think this chart right here ain't shabby. Nobody likes that chart though. Let me get back to MY. Ugh. And again, this is just me trying to make sure that we get the closure below here on the 4 hour. So when this 15-minute candle right here closes in the next 1 minute, it looks like it does invalidate any sort of bullish divergence that was shown initially on that 4 hour for NYX. I mean, of course, I mean, look at it anyway. And this again is the support level, the prior support level for the RSI right there at 1348. AVAX holding 30. Pengu new uptrend. Yeah, that I'm staying away from playing around with the memes, but yeah, Pengu, I did see that the other day, and AVAX, that's solid. I did look at AVAX earlier, but I just skimmed through it real quick and really pay attention to the chart. I actually sold out of AVAX on my spot position when it started to break down. It was some that I kept and some that I just let go of before I was at giving money back to the market. And AVAX was one that I let go of. I like the 15. I do like the 15. I don't know why that's in there. Probably. Yeah, it's up pretty good right now though, so I can't touch it. But yeah, definitely holding above the 30 right now. I can't touch this though. I'm sure it looks like everything else. Yeah. It looks more like BNB in here than the other altcoins, which is crazy. Some good momentum on the daily. Yeah. Maybe if it came back, I mean, it would look like a head and shoulders, undoubtedly. It does look a lot like BNB, but maybe if it came back in here, I would consider it. But it's too high for me right now. At 30. And I don't know. It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite right now. So I did sell it for that reason. But Pangu, I did see that the other day. I thought about it and then I said, no, don't do it. Look at Bybit chart. And that new 4 hour candle just opened. I'm gonna let this get a pivot first. Let's at least see if it'll do a pivot first before I consider it. Still chopping on that ENA. ENA. Is ENA, that's not Athena, is it? Because I like Athena. Is this Athena? Is that what ENA is? Sometimes I don't keep up with what the acronyms are, but I think that might be. Yeah, it is Athena. I like Athena. Yeah, I like this one. Pango don't look bad. Change market structure on Pango too. At least for your 4 hour. But yeah, I did notice this the other day. It looks like virtuals, don't it? That's how virtuals was looking. I'm not going to take this NYX until it pivots. Yeah, Pango looks good. Was this showing up a few minutes ago? What was that? This one did a 50% retracement, and now it's back at the 382. And that resistance. That's because I typed it in and looked at it. That's why. And this is okay. So that's why. And I was on a Binance. Let me go back to the one I was on. It was a futures, wasn't it? Yeah, I was looking at this one. There's your chop chop. MACD momentum shifted too just then. Whereas it was just your momentum on your RSI and down here on your stochastic. But it still looks like it would be right here. If it came back, you'd be looking for it to hold here. And if it didn't hold here and it lost this, then it'll lose your 4 hour. That stays the same. Does this thing always move fast, this NYX? I just want to make sure I'm not making a mistake by waiting. I mean, I'm not going to chase anything. I do still feel like a pivot is needed. I only traded it one time before. Oh, yeah, Bitcoin and Ethereum, especially Ethereum. I like Ethereum's little range it has in here. This little inside. Usually when it's like this, I would be looking for it to cool off again. But since we don't know, it looks like a little symmetrical triangle is making inside of this range in here. That's what it looks like. I'm gonna put it on the 15 just to see. Yeah, it looks like in here it's doing a little bit of symmetrical triangle inside this range. That can still break down, but that's what it's doing on that 4-hour time frame. That little zone in there, right in here. Bitcoin has the same thing. Sorta. Bitcoin look like it's about to take that out, but Bitcoin's is right in here, not exactly at the top, which is a little different, a little bit different. I don't know. Yeah, a little bit different. So minor. Solana's doing the same thing. I really wasn't paying attention to it. I'm just going with the flow with Sol. Back over here to this. That's a good scalp. I couldn't take that. I just couldn't. Not without a pivot. All right, so I'm gonna see if it comes back up. This one right here, that would be your RSI level to get back above off of the new drop in here. Uh, I'm hoping this fails, and not for the sake of anybody that's in it. I'm just hoping it fails. I'm still scared of it, trading it, which is why I only traded it one time, but I think a second drop would be the move for it. It's the best we've done so far over here off of Aster. Dang it. That little SFP. Go Aster. It's a little bit of bullish divergence on this. A little bit. Slight bull divvy. As it chops. Gotta check back on hype, because that's where my money is. Quick, let's see if anything has changed, and nothing has changed. Oh boy. I feel like taking this money on Asker. I'm gonna hold on, cause I've been holding it too many days for it to not give me more. Hmm. Nice rejection. Thank you. Might hold. Let me see. I might hold somewhere between here to here. Can be the low for it. So I'm waiting until this candle closes right here. And then I'm gonna see what it does. Hopefully it closes lower than where it is right now, or at least where it is now. Aster, I'm probably going to close it out in here fully. We finally got back above the zero line with the MACD on the 2-hour time frame also. So that's a plus too for Aster. I actually bought some more of this yesterday. I was looking at when we back tested here. 1 hour had it too. No, it wasn't based on the 1 hour though, but 1 hour had it too. I did do it off of the 2 hour. But we're finally back above the zero line in here too, as you see in this little candle back above the zero. We'll likely get a bull div if it pushes down into here. This is the last leg right here anyway for the 4 hour level of support. You will slip below it, back below here on the 15-minute time frame, which is why it's good to wait for a little bit of a pivot. So if you miss it and it keeps going, you just miss it. It's good to get a pivot first. At 15-minute would suggest it continues to roll down. If it breaks back below this right here, but for the 4 hour, it's right here. So like I said, you're somewhere in between, but this might potentially push back up a lot more than what it just did just then. But here is the so-called pivot. It's in place with this new 4 hour candle. So if it goes back up there this time, then maybe I'll jump in. It still has resistance, but it is across here now. Yeah, it is across there now. I could do it now since it's holding in here. I would have to have a really tight stop loss, meaning I don't want to come back down below here. Or at least into, that's too much for me. I don't want to come back down below here. If I were to take it now, I might want to jump in. MYX. I'm gonna give it the benefit of the doubt. I really would rather wait. My idea was to wait for it to come back up again after it did that pivot, to come back up and break above that pivot, which would put it back, which would put this white line in here. So versus trying to, yeah, that is the idea I have in my head. But momentum don't look trashy. And do it on this account. I'm gonna do a really cheap trade on it. Really cheap. Did I not draw this off of the 4? I did. So why am I? The chart looks a lot different on Bluefin than it does on Binance. That's for sure. Dang, hold on. Yeah. It's a lot different. on Binance chart, you're above here. On Blowfin, you're below it. So it's a lot different. I don't think I'll trade it again. Yeah. It's all good now. Well, AVAX hit $100. I feel like AVAX is going to have a good run. So I would say yes. I really do feel like it's going to have a good run. I just think that, yeah. To answer your question, I think it will. I think it's going to have an absolutely fantastic run. I'm just not feeling the strongest about AVAX at the moment versus where I was, what my feelings were for it. Kind of caved in a little bit for me. But once I feel that way about it again, I do believe it will. And I don't think it'll be because of gaming either. I think it'll be because of Tether. I feel whatever they're about to do with Tether, because that's another one of the options with cheap fees and moving it about. I think that'll be the driver for AVAX. But yeah, I do. I don't know what the team is doing that, it didn't get back to performing like Solana. Those two used to be neck and neck, and you used to hear a lot of comparisons to them, and some people felt that AVAX was better than Solana, but AVAX just never picked back up the way Solana did. This is all right. Bitcoin broke out. Yeah, it broke out. ETH still sitting in there. Bitcoin did. Solana touching the top. Actually, it wicked a little bit in here, but Sol's still doing its own thing. But yeah, Bitcoin did just break through that. So we'll see if it's just about grabbing this liquidity. Which is what it pretty much looks like. It's about grabbing this liquidity. But if we hit here, then that'd be something different. If we get to it, let's see. I'm gonna go back over that on it in just a second. So we're coming down here to what could potentially be the support level. I thought it would be closer into here. It's moving so slow. All right, it broke it just then. So a little bit of a momentum shift in here, even more so in here. If it flips back up, then, you know, great, I guess. We're holding in here. Holding in here. Just your stochastic momentum did break. These little petty candles in here seemed like I should have just went with my theory, and that was to just let it come back up. But I figured, why not? I didn't really think it would be much of a difference on Blowfin as opposed to Binance. I mean, I didn't expect for them to be different, but not that different. Good Lord. I went extra light on it, so I might have to call it. And this time, really wait. Excuse me. And my stop was still for that, looking at this chart over here, so I'm not in it. And I'll show you that little loss, which it'll look like it was something with the it really wasn't as bad as it looks. It's not as bad as it looked. I used very little on it, but that was the loss on that. MYX. And you see, I had a really tight stop loss on it too. Really tight. Yeah. So see if it is SFP. I'm not going to go back into it though. My criteria is going to be for it to come back up above there. At least break on the momentum in here first. Yeah. And again, it's the 4 hour level to hold, but it's also where the RSI held the last time for which, like I said, you probably put in a bull div coming down this time, which it looks like that's what's happening in here. So I don't want to see an SFP. I want to see an actual close. Like 7 minutes left on that. So while I'm there, let me just check back in on Hyperliquid. Look like we pushed. Oh, we did not. We did not. It looked like it had a bear div, and it does with the cloud cover 1 and 2, both rejections. This is probably going to come back down inside of this range in here. I can already see this little part right here. Let me see how I want to do that. It's probably more of a more ascending wedgie than how it is right here, but whatever that is. 4 hour, like I said, 4 hours still looks good. Whatever happens, it just be a little correction, so it's probably not even worth paying attention to it. Likely not. that breaks down. That actually comes back in. So maybe, like I said, we come back in, maybe touch here, maybe, I don't know how I feel about taking out lows. Maybe it works with this. I'm gonna stretch this just to give it the extra. Seems, let me do it on that one. No, I can't. Maybe it's just that much. It definitely looked like it's about to correct down. It's been real choppy anyway. Look like it's gonna be a bull dip on this 1 hour too. Potentially. We know we invalidate the one for the 4. I mean, Bitcoin's looking good. Jeez. I still just don't want to pull back enough. It's like if you weren't in it, you weren't in it. You weren't in it. Solana trying to break above that 227 right now. And Bitcoin's about to take out that little wick from earlier today in 30 minutes till market opens. And then tentative data. data. However, that's what we're looking like on Biddy. ETH again hasn't broken out yet. Did take out this one right here, so you can do it like that too. I prefer like this, but you can do it like that too. So it did take this one out. Solana, like I said, is it's here, trying to get past that 227. Trying to. In total, too, is actually looking to do the same thing, which again, that's basically what Sol looked like without being up here at this level already. It is trying to push through this 1.66T that we broke down from that pivot low. So it's back up above that. Yay. And that means, yeah, that's dropping a little bit more. Put that back on. Yeah, Ina. Yeah. And it held that low and had that little bit of a breakout above 62.82 possibly. Yeah, above 62.82, unless it just bounces in between that 62.82 and 62.17 or 60.17. If it bounces back and forth between those and holds there, then yeah, it can. It's still underneath that momentum. That momentum is still, even though you held that little low off your RSI, momentum still pending on that one. It's still pending. Yeah, all the indicators are still in the bullish control zone. Let me see something. Stablecoin. All right, so I guess until we lose this potential support zone, stablecoins are still at support. Bitcoin is still at resistance, and this would just be a liquidity grab. But we shall see. We shall see. Yeah, so you still over here is still, I knew you was gonna do that. I knew you were gonna try to do that, but I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna chill out and wait. That's the little bull div. So it did get that little bull div in here. I'm not fast enough for this one, guys. MYX, I'm just not fast enough for it. It's cute though. I'm scared of it too. You are still below momentum in here. So it is basically still chopping in here. It's still a chance. Genius is still a chance. I mean, see if it keep bouncing off of that 62.16. If it stop bouncing off of that around that level, because right now it's between that 62.79 and 62.16, and it's below momentum on everything. Even though it held, it's still below momentum on everything. I don't know if that 1 hour ever confirmed. It didn't. So nothing has been confirmed on this 1 hour yet. Still waiting. As I yarn, 9 o'clock. Break it. Send it down. Pay my friend. This on that 4. Make sure that's still it on the 4. 6173. 6173. Genius, this thing might drop even more than what I'm sitting here looking at. And I hope it does. It's just gonna be choppy. That's all. It's gonna be choppy because you got some large candles on your move, so it's just gonna be choppy. So I'm gonna drop that. A little quick move it made. I don't think I really need this anymore, so I'm gonna get rid of that. I'll keep this one right here. And you're outside of 2. I'm at 1. You're outside of 1. This is just back around in here. Yay. I probably should have taken this one with you. I'm already in this slow thing over here. I'm sticking to waiting until this crosses up this low, wherever it may be at. I should have just stuck with that the first time when I said it. Do one of those Solanas on us where it just be the gift that keeps on giving. How Solana wasn't coming back in, our hype wasn't coming back in, and even though you could see the divergences and stuff like that. Keep bouncing off that 50. Bitcoin stalled out a little bit. Ethereum stalled out. Solana stalled out a little bit. As we get close to the market open, and I need to see what pre-market Nvidia is up to 189.81. So that's good. Everything is up pre-market. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Don't do it. I'm going to delete all my levels in here for circle. all except for everybody who patiently waited for 105 got as close as it got to 108, so that was good. A circle even had a nice little. I know everybody was waiting on this. Didn't quite get to it, but nonetheless, still good. I don't really need this line anymore. And this one changed, but I don't need this one anymore either now then. Oh man, Esther's killing me. I guess that golden pocket is working. I'm really trying to hold it until we can get to here. Look like you clearly broke that level on Athena. Maybe it tried to bounce on 6178. I still think, like I said, yeah, 6178. Is that about right in here? But when that's gone, all right, 6170. Look at that thing. Yep. I'm so glad. So glad. It is doing like Solana and Hype did over here. So it is better to wait for it to cross back, to cross above here. It didn't even cross above it right here. That's why I should have stayed out of it. And I cut it real quick, so hooray. Still has a little slight bull div on it, but I still prefer waiting. Your 1 hour might break its stride if it closes below 62.18. It's like 36 minutes left on that. The market's about to open. Still been a great scalp short, genius. Great scalp short. You know what I haven't looked at, and I don't know why I haven't looked at it, is that it's over here. I haven't looked at drift. I haven't looked at Hemi. And Avantis. I haven't looked at those. They're down. I looked at this thing one time before. It doesn't really have liquidity. On Mexi, it's okay, but it doesn't really have liquidity. It was like garbage. Doesn't really have liquidity. Oh boy, look at Avantis. That's gone. XDC. It's kind of fly. OG, that's gone. Jeez. And Hemi. These new coins, boy. Be looking good for a minute though. It's a good candle on it's not closed yet, but it's about to on Athena. It's a good candle. About to break back in your momentum too. So that was a good candle. Yeah, I think that might have recovered. Looks like that might have. Yeah, that candle might be good. Might be. What's the best? It's a good candle though. I don't know. Price action just might be better. Might be better. Look at AVAX. Is it pushing? Ooh, what the heck happened over here? Like, who the tar? What happened here? Maybe it's because it's Mexi. It has to be Mexi. I mean, I can't use Mexi anymore anyway, but they've gotten ridiculous with these scam wickety wicks ever since they cut off U.S. customers. Nah, son. Let me look at something else. Let me see if it looked like that on Binance. Oh, it does. Dang. What happened? I guess that speaks to what I said. I'm just not feeling good about it right now. But when I get back there, I can change my mind. Right now, this is because one I already did this, but I'll do it again. Okay. That was fun. Wow. Who is selling AVAX like that? See, I don't know what this stuff right here has been about lately. I thought it was just Mexi. So Pardon me, Mexi. Yeah. I guess I can put it back on Mexi chart. That's exactly why I sold it. I just don't want to go through. Yeah. Just don't want to go through this right now. It looks like Binance again. Binance is holding up, I'm sure. Yeah. Binance is holding up. That it looks like Binance in the sense of down here. It looks like Binance. So are you short? Yeah, I see it. It came back up. you know. Yeah, I guess that. What were we looking at? That around that 61.7. It said 78, I think. Yeah, down around there. That was that candle. That candle that came up off of that. Yeah, that was nice, and everything just kind of. Yeah, you reclaim momentum and everything off of that candle. And it broke through. Yeah, you switch momentum up real good off of that candle. Are you in AVAX? Deal to form AVAX that. It could just be some people trying to get long on AVAX by dropping the price. Could be. If news come out, start sending it down, it's probably time to buy it. I'm gonna draw this line again. I'll do it like that. Yeah, that might. But yeah, I mean, it's a strong chart anyway. It's 15 minutes. I'm sitting over here looking at. It's a strong chart. Everything is lagging now. Just shy. Yeah. We got smacked. You didn't quite make your way back up there, but you're dang close. I don't know. This is too painful for me, genius. I mean, it's too painful for me. It's diverging into these highs, taking the liquidity, but it did get back above. Um, can't see it from this chart. I mean, it's still in the bullish control zone. Too. It's just wicking outside of it, I guess. Yeah, it's back in there. It's very painful. Genius, I think you're still gonna be right. It's just painful. I still think you're gonna be right with this one to be short on it. It's not getting through that resistance right now. It's trying to flip the script on the 15-minute, but I just still think you're right. I don't know, something about it right now that just don't feel. It just doesn't feel. I mean, the indicators look good, but something about it just doesn't feel like it's about to continue to move into Valhalla without this pullback. But I don't know who's selling off AVAX. As long as they don't sell off near. Now, AVAX still gonna do good. I think they're trying to accumulate AVAX. All right, Solana rejected. How about that? NVIDIA rejecting a little bit. Palantir as well. AMD also. Coin is not. This is the thing that ticks me off with coin. Because I sat in this position. You always sit into a position until I had to set my stop loss though. I had to over on BTCC, and when it dropped, it stopped me out, and then it V-shaped up. After it stopped me out, it just stopped me out. Like it does, just stop me out, V-shaped. And I had been waiting. When it was over here, I was like, I'm gonna sell it once we get into the gap. We're about to do that gap fill now. And that's all I wanted to do, was to do this gap fill. And I held this position without TPing on it. And it's stupid, but I held it without taking any profit off of it. And then it stopped me out. And now it's filled. Dang. And that's the crazy part. I entered on this little candle right here. And I got stopped out right there. And I watched it V-shape, but I didn't jump back in. I just couldn't. And now we there. Dang. And Bitcoin is going. It took out that high. Dang. Solana was rejecting, but it's trying to come back up now. I think I'm gonna give this another try. I'm gonna give this. I know it's not up here like I said. I probably should just wait until it do like I said. I'm gonna wait. I kind of like how it stalled out in here though, after hitting that 50. But I said I was gonna wait until it did that, so I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Of resistance. I mean, it did fall forever. It did. It looked like it did what? I mean, it fell forever. I'm gonna get long on this thing after it breaks above resistance. It fell forever. But as long as it's at resistance, I don't see anything wrong with shorting it. Wow. I mean, which is like you said, Genius just a scalp. But yeah. Mm, it might have been it. Just didn't touch the 20 SMA. Let me see that one more time. Yeah, it ain't coming back. Still doing the bear div though. It's a nice little candle claim right here. I'm gonna wait as they continue to knock Astor back. It cannot be that hard. I mean, we made a lot of progress to just get back here. Bitcoin about to hit 120. Ethereum still hasn't broken out from here yet. ETH back above here is gorgeous. Solana still tackling 227. I don't think I'm going to play with this one anymore. After, and I say that, it'd be the first thing I jump on. This one. Let me just flip back through these real quick. XRP Crow came up a little bit more. At least it got back above the weekly level in here, the 2159, and back testing it and support here on the 4-hour time frame. That's great. Sui almost there. Hadn't moved too much for the day. BNB. I know I should have got into BNB. Something that is just looking better. ADA kind of slipped back below the flip zone. So, pump holding at range at least. It's still within that coiling phase in here. I said that one wasn't. Everything is basically coiling right around the top side. Okay, Chainlink, you doing what? Chainlink had already did this early. Stellar sitting in the same spot. Doge in the same spot. Okay, virtual did get up above this line, so I would like to see it push up some more before it comes back. I'll still take it if it comes back into here and back test VWAP. I'll still take it. I'd rather it push up into this resistance and then come back. I don't know if that's gonna happen. Just waiting to see if it does. I haven't looked at injective in a little bit. Still got this open. Still got this open. Ouch. Already looked at that. See, this be how things go for me. I don't know what it is with me and my stops. It just is. This will probably continue with the move. This will probably continue with that move up. Hopefully it does for anybody who's in it. I'm spot, so I don't have to worry about a stop loss at it. What is that? 85.73. Anyway, I'm about to jump off. I really want to stick around. I really, really do. I think Athena's overextended. I still think it's topping for a little bit of a correction at the end of the day, but I think we can drop this now. It came close enough on the retracement on the measured move. So I don't think it makes sense to keep holding it. So take that off the chart.
I'm at home. I went there yesterday, so it's 3 days. Yeah.
Oh Lord, Aptos. Do I still have Aptos in my portfolio? I guarantee you, I probably sold it. I guarantee you, I probably did.
You feeling better?
Let me see. When I decided to get rid of things,
Can you hear me?
this might have been one I was like, not
Yeah,
today.
can you hear me? Can you hear? Oh my god.
No, I don't have it. I don't have it.
Can you? Okay. Oh, I was about to say, I'm like, oh. Alright. Yeah, yesterday was
I did buy Tia though.
morning check. Yeah, the parking was terrible, Chris. It's like, man.
Even though I call it garbage all the time. I'm gonna hold it and I'm gonna add to it if it gives me any more downside, which it did good to hold in here. But I'm gonna hopefully it does. Hopefully it does like this one. Right here. Because I'm still holding this one. Even though I don't like this. It's still up a lot.
I didn't hear that part fully, so
I'm buying Tia for that reason.
I mean, all I know,
On this one.
The only thing I got, the only thing I could take from that was the voting thing.
And I already TP'd one time on this.
Voting for people differently. We had to use that app. That was the only thing I could participate in.
So this one is doing mad good. And hopefully Tia do something like this. But it won't be on leverage. It will be spot. I'm gonna hold this thing right here, hoping that it at least comes back up to here. Hoping it does. That'll be dope. That'd be dope. That is just below $7. Just below $7. So Tia, I added it to this same situation. But we'll see. The last time it did it, Tia did pretty good in there. So just standard deviation. Well, bandwidth 1 is going right across the lows in here, acting as a bit of resistance.
Well, to be honest, I'd rather come to office than suffer cold. To be honest, I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just heck no, man. Like, I can't sleep good at night. I don't feel good all day. I was like, I'll come to the office.
So that's Tia. And I'll just be looking forward to come back in the VWAP more than likely.
All right, let's go ahead and get started.
It's still
I don't have any
kind of trashy a little bit.
Anything from you, Jackie?
This, oh my gosh, really? I got out of this just in time. I sold at a loss. I did sell at a loss, but what the heck? I'm just not willing to take a chance on it. Even if it pumps, it's just not worth being in. So I did sell out of that one. Dot, I haven't looked at in a minute. It still looks good on the
Can't
weekly.
help this grant us to access GCC.
You have these moments in here where you retrace and all that good stuff, but it still looks good in here on the weekly.
Thank you.
And it just fell back into this uptrend.
Great. Let me just share my screen real quick. Everybody see my screen? Okay, so I got well, this one I'm about to close out today. That's the one that Sharon mentioned about I already updated the ticket. I'll close it out shortly. And then this one also I looked at it this morning. I think Sharon just sent it over to my queue, and I'm looking at it. So I'm just gonna I responded. So if I don't hear back, I just close this one out because I already look at the information.
I think this was all the way up above price action or something. Oh, okay, no, it's not.
The one that this is the one that
no, it's not.
Second.
I still say that looks good, and it's primed to get up there to hit that 9 to 11.
And the breach one is this is the one I was
Is that what that is?
responded this morning asking
Yeah.
for her to double confirm.
Or 9 to 12. It's still a target.
That she's looking for. Well, the change
looks better than most things.
No, it's an eligibility thing that initially we could have just moved it with eligibility, but the data is already changing to reflect what's showing on the eligibility table already. So that's why I'm asking her if she can just check it again, and because it's matching what on that table to what's on Service Cloud. So usually when I get these, I'll just look at it, and then if it's display the eligibility issue, I'll just move it over to CPS for them to look at the data. But it's already, when I look at it, it's matched now. So
I don't really know what's going on with Juke.
Marketing dashboard. Eric, got one more Monday to work on. Anything for these two?
I think it would be performing better. It's just not. I don't like that. I don't really know what's going on with it though. I took profit out of render also. This still ain't happened yet. Probably won't happen.
Anything else you want to add, Chris?
I'm still holding Turbo. Although it's so Orca. I'm just gonna pop through these real quick. Oh, RSR. Nice. Nice. I think I was looking at RSR on the might have been the weekly time frame. But that's good. It averted that. And that's a nice little pop. RSR. I'm still holding that when I need to let it go. If it ain't making me money, I'm just dropping it. B chain. Half of it I don't even look at no more. So levels need to be redone on some of this stuff, but dot still looks good. If anybody is in the dot, it still looks good. Let me go back to that chart. I don't think it's changed yet. It hasn't. I'm going to end up posting on this one, but I'm going to get out of here because it's time for me to go and do my little walk. Because I am going to take a trade on it after it's done dropping. Whenever that is, but I'm not going to go into it until it does that. So for you, you might consider just doing that because that's a nice trend regression line. So you might just consider putting that on your chart. Actually, I'm going to put this one right here on this one instead because that was perfect back test and rejection. So you might want to consider that. For your break of momentum in here anyway. See, Athena just overextended and playing games. Dang, they're messing me up over here. All right. I am going to holler at you all later when I see something. But, yeah. Right now, most of the markets already popped. NYX, it can be a good one. You know, something that's retraced quite a bit to get into. So I would look for a break of momentum versus how it keeps doing all this chopping here. Just wait for that. Because I'll be waiting for this right here, which might be the same thing. That might be the same thing. So I'm gonna wait on that. And it looks like it will be the same momentum shift. Aster did lose a little bit of momentum in here, trying to battle these lows in here. Unfortunately, with that golden pocket, of course, people were looking to short it, especially coming into the lows. I still think that we will get to here. It's just a rough one. So I'm gonna look to get long on this. Also, don't forget that we are still in support for stablecoin dominance. We're getting closer and closer and closer towards this low in here. And if we do get to play on the head and shoulders, I'll be looking for it to come back down into here, about 755 to 747%. That's if this plays out fully. It can always choose to hold support. It is lighting up in here, so we'll see. We break that. And Bitcoin would most certainly be at 120 and above it, probably looking to take out. I think taking out the high is a little bit too much for today. But it's just Thursday in crypto. So it might thirsty Thursdays. So it might. And stablecoin, USDT dominance is on support across these highs in here. We had the little small double bottom. And of course, dominance. This was just a golden pocket bounce too. Golden pocket 786 bounce. All right, I'm out. I love you. I am at Down to Crypto TA on X, and then of course at the Coin King DA, D as in dog, A as in apple, Coin King. I'm gonna find something yet. I'm gonna comb through some charts that I don't usually look at because it's a lot of stuff I don't usually look at, and see. I will end up taking ENA if it comes down enough and it looks overextended. Either it comes down or it gets above the 200 EMA on the 4-hour time frame, because that will probably end up being the next place of resistance if it keeps playing around. But I just feel like these constant liquidity grabs up here are nothing. And we still bullish. Everything still looks bullish. I just think that it can come down a little bit, at least for the 4-hour. Then I'll be looking for a continuation up on it. So I don't look for it to like fall to the ground or anything like that. I just think a little pullback is good for it, and then the continuation. So we'll see what that phase looks like. that looks like. Yeah. All right, everyone, enjoy the rest of your day, and I guess I'm just gonna have to update on X, but I did give you what you can watch for if you're interested in trading NYX, because I know I won't be here for it, and you can't really say. I mean, we're at the 50% retracement right now, and it can stay underneath here and go sideways and possibly come into this golden pocket also. I just know that the momentum hasn't shifted over here just yet, and because I'm on a 15-minute time frame, whatever we're looking at over here can just be temporary, but no momentum shift yet. You can even draw a trend line across here. Now that you do have your pivot in place, you can, instead of how I was putting it on that, you can do something like, like that with your price action too. I'm not going to really trust price action over momentum. Not right now. I'd rather see the momentum break. So we'll see. I didn't even look at pump anymore. I know I had it over here where Ina's at. Athena, I keep saying Ina. Athena. Yeah. And it's still coiling. I think well, probably it's not showing me any references right now because my PC is slowing down on me. So I do need to go. I was going to see where I think we are still looking for a push to the downside over here on pump, but yeah, I think we are still looking for a push down. I'm gonna see about getting into this one. If it pulls back enough, I'm gonna get into it. No, do not publish anything. So, all right. See you later. Thank you.